This phrase, the Americans, does not include the instructed and traveled portion of the community. It would be absurd to swell my little volumes with extracts in proof of the veracity of their contents, but having spoken of the taste of their lighter works, and also of the general tone of manners, I cannot forbear inserting a page from an American annual, The Token, which purports to give a scene from fashionable life. It is part of a dialogue between a young lady of the highest standing and her tutor, who is moreover her lover, though not yet acknowledged. "And so you won't tell me," said she, "what has come over you, and why you look as grave and sensible as a dictionary, when, by general consent, even mine, motley's the only wear." "Am I so grave, Miss Blair?" "Are you so grave, Miss Blair?" "One would think I had not got my lesson today." "Pray, sir, has the black ox trod upon your toe since we parted?" Philip tried to laugh, but he did not succeed. He bit his lip and was silent. "I am under orders to entertain you, Mr. Blondel, and if my poor brain can be made to gird this fairy isle, I shall certainly be obedient. So I begin with playing the leech." "What ails you, sir?" "Miss Blair," he was going to remonstrate. "Miss Blair. Now, pity. I'm a quack. For whip me, if I know whether Miss Blair is a fever or an ague." "How did you catch it, sir?" "Really, Miss Blair, nay, I see you don't like doctoring. I give over, and now I'll be sensible. It's a fine day, Mr. Blondel." "Very. A pleasant lane, this, to walk in, if one's company were agreeable." "Does Mr. Skefton stay long?" asked Philip, abruptly. "No one knows indeed. Are you so ignorant? And why does your wisdom ask that question? In no society in the world can the advantage of travel be so conspicuous as in America. In other countries a tone of unpretending simplicity can more than compensate for the absence of enlarged views or accurate observation. But this tone is not to be found in America, or if it be, it is only among those who, having looked at that insignificant portion of the world not included in the Union, have learned to know how much is still unknown within the mighty part which is. For the rest, they all declare, and do in truth believe, that they only, among the sons of men, have wit and wisdom, and that one of their exclusive privileges is that of speaking English elegantly. There are two reasons for this latter persuasion. The one is, that the great majority have never heard any English but their own, except from the very lowest of the Irish, and the other, that those who have chanced to find themselves in the society of the few educated English who have visited America, have discovered that there is a marked difference between their phrases and accents and those to which they have been accustomed, whereupon they have, of course, decided that no Englishman can speak English. The reviews of America contain some good clear-headed articles, but I sought in vain for the playful vivacity and the keenly cutting satire, whose sharp edge, however painful to the patient, is of such high utility in lopping off the excrescences of bad taste, and leveling to its native clay the heavy growth of dullness. Still less could I find any trace of that graceful familiarity of learned allusion and general knowledge which mark the best European reviews, and which make one feel in such perfectly good company while perusing them. But this is a tone not to be found either in the writings or conversation of Americans, as distant from pedantry as from ignorance. It is not learning itself, but the effect of it, and so pervading and subtle is its influence that it may be traced in the festive halls and gay drawing rooms of Europe as certainly as in the cloistered library or student's closet. It is, perhaps, the last finish of highly finished society. A late American quarterly has an article on a work of Dr. von Schmidt-Fieseldek, from which I made an extract, as a curious sample of the dreams they love to batten on. Dr. von Fieseldek, not fidelistic, who is not only a doctor of philosophy, but a knight of Danzig to boot, has never been in America, but he has written a prophecy, showing that the United States must and will govern the whole world, because they are so very big, and have so much uncultivated territory. He prophesies that an union will take place between North and South America, which will give a death blow to Europe, at no distant period, though he modestly adds that he does not pretend to designate the precise period at which this will take place. This Danish prophecy, as may be imagined, enchants the reviewer. He exhorts all people to read Dr. Fieseldek's book, because nothing but good can come of such contemplations of the future, and because it is eminently calculated to awaken the most lofty anticipations of the destiny which awaits them, and will serve to impress upon the nation the necessity of being prepared for such high destiny. In another place the reviewer bursts out, America, young as she is, has become already the beacon, the patriarch of the struggling nations of the world, and afterwards adds, it would be departing from the natural order of things, and the ordinary operations of the great scheme of Providence, it would be shutting our ears to the voice of experience, and our eyes to the inevitable connection of causes and their effects, were we to reject the extreme probability, not to say moral certainty, that the old world is destined to receive its influences in future from the new. There are 20 pages of this article, but I will only give one passage more. It is an instance of the sort of reasoning by which American citizens persuade themselves that the glory of Europe is, in reality, her reproach. Wrapped up in a sense of his superiority, the European reclines at home, shining in his borrowed plumes, derived from the product of every corner of the earth, and the industry of every portion of its inhabitants, with which his own natural resources would never have invested him. He continues reveling in enjoyments which nature has denied him. The American Quarterly deservedly holds the highest place in their periodical literature, and, therefore, may be fairly quoted as striking the keynote for the chorus of public opinion. Surely it is nationality rather than patriotism which leads it thus to speak in scorn of the successful efforts of enlightened nations to win from every corner of the earth the riches which nature has scattered over it. The incorrectness of the press is very great. They make strange work in the reprints of French and Italian, and the Latin, I suspect, does not fare much better. I believe they do not often meddle with Greek. With regard to the fine arts, Their paintings, I think, are quite as good, or rather better, than might be expected from the patronage they receive. The wonder is that any man can be found with courage enough to devote himself to a profession in which he has so little chance of finding a maintenance. The trade of a carpenter opens an infinitely better prospect, and this is so well known, that nothing but a genuine passion for the art could beguile anyone to pursue it. The entire absence of every means of improvement, and effectual study, is unquestionably the cause why those who manifest this devotion cannot advance farther. I heard of one young artist, whose circumstances did not permit his going to Europe, but who, being nevertheless determined that his studies should, as nearly as possible, resemble those of the European academies, was about to commence drawing the human figure, for which purpose he had provided himself with a thin silk dress, in which to clothe his models, as no one of any station, he said, could be found who would submit to sit as a model without clothing. It was at Alexandria that I saw what I consider as the best picture by an American artist that I met with. The subject was Hagar and Ishmael. It had recently arrived from Rome, where the painter, a young man of the name of Chapman, had been studying for 3 years. His mother told me that he was 22 years of age, and passionately devoted to the art, should he, on returning to his country, receive sufficient encouragement to keep his ardor and his industry alive. I think I shall hear of him again. Much is said about the universal diffusion of education in America, and a vast deal of genuine admiration is felt and expressed at the progress of mind throughout the Union. They believe themselves in all sincerity to have surpassed, to be surpassing, and to be about to surpass, the whole earth in the intellectual race. I am aware that not a single word can be said, hinting a different opinion, which will not bring down a transatlantic anathema on my head, yet the subject is too interesting to be omitted. Before I left England I remember listening, with much admiration, to an eloquent friend, who deprecated our system of public education, as confining the various and excursive faculties of our children to one beaten path, paying little or no attention to the peculiar powers of the individual. This objection is extremely plausible, but doubts of its intrinsic value must, I think, occur to everyone who has marked the result of a different system throughout the United States. From every enquiry I could make, and I took much pains to obtain accurate information, it appeared that much is attempted, but very little beyond reading, writing, and bookkeeping, is thoroughly acquired. Were we to read a prospectus of the system pursued in any of our public schools and that of a first-rate seminary in America, we should be struck by the confined scholastic routine of the former, when compared to the varied and expansive scope of the latter. But let the examination go a little farther, and I believe it will be found that the old-fashioned school discipline of England has produced something higher, and deeper too, than that which roars so loud, and thunders in the Index. They will not afford to let their young men study till 2 or 3 and 20, and it is therefore declared, ex cathedra Americana, to be unnecessary. At 16, often much earlier, education ends, and money-making begins. The idea that more learning is necessary than can be acquired by that time, is generally ridiculed as obsolete monkish bigotry, added to which, if the seniors willed a more prolonged discipline, the juniors would refuse submission. When the money-getting begins, leisure ceases, and all of law which can be acquired afterwards, is picked up from novels, magazines, and newspapers. At what time can the taste be formed? How can a correct and polished style, even of speaking, be acquired? Or when can the fruit of the 2,000 years of past thinking be added to the native growth of American intellect? These are the tools, if I may so express myself, which our elaborate system of school discipline puts into the hands of our scholars. Possessed of these, they may use them in whatever direction they please afterwards. They can never be an encumbrance. No people appear more anxious to excite admiration and receive applause than the Americans, yet none take so little trouble, or make so few sacrifices to obtain it. This may answer among themselves, but it will not with the rest of the world. Individual sacrifices must be made, and national economy enlarged, before America can compete with the Old World in taste, learning, and liberality. The reception of General Lafayette is the one single instance in which the national pride has overcome the national thrift, and this was clearly referable to the one single feeling of enthusiasm of which they appear capable, namely, the triumph of their successful struggle for national independence. But though this feeling will be universally acknowledged as a worthy and lawful source of triumph and of pride, it will not serve to trade upon forever, as a fund of glory and high station among the nations. Their fathers were colonists. They fought stoutly, and became an independent people. Success and admiration, even the admiration of those whose yoke they had broken, cheered them while living, still sheds a glory round their remote and untitled sepulchres, and will illumine the page of their history forever. Their children inherit the independence. They inherit too the honor of being the sons of brave fathers, but this will not give them the reputation at which they aim, of being scholars and gentlemen, nor will it enable them to sit down forevermore to talk of their glory, while they drink mint julep and chew tobacco, swearing by the beard of Jupiter, or some other oath, that they are very graceful, and agreeable, and, moreover, abusing everybody who does not cry out Amen. To doubt that talent and mental power of every kind exist in America would be absurd. Why should it not? But in taste and learning they are woefully deficient, and it is this which renders them incapable of graduating a scale by which to measure themselves. Hence arises that overweening complacency and self-esteem, both national and individual, which at once renders them so extremely obnoxious to ridicule, and so peculiarly restive under it. If they will scorn the process by which other nations have become what they avowedly intend to be, they must rest satisfied with the praise and admiration they receive from each other, and turning a deaf ear to the criticism of the Old World, consent to be their own prodigious great reward. Alexandria has its churches, chapels, and conventicles as abundantly, in proportion to its size, as any city in the Union. I visited most of them, and in the Episcopal and Catholic heard the services performed quietly and reverently. The best sermon, however, that I listened to, was in a Methodist church, from the mouth of a Pequot Indian. It was impossible not be touched by the simple sincerity of this poor man. He gave a picture frightfully eloquent of the decay of his people under the united influence of the avarice and intemperance of the white men. He described the effect of the religious feeling which had recently found its way among them as most salutary. The purity of his moral feeling, and the sincerity of his sympathy with his forest brethren, made it unquestionable that he must be the most valuable priest who could officiate for them. His English was very correct, and his pronunciation but slightly tinctured by native accent. While we were still in the neighborhood of Washington, a most violent and unprecedented schism occurred in the cabinet. The 4 secretaries of state all resigned, leaving General Jackson to manage the queer little state barge alone. Innumerable contradictory statements appeared upon this occasion in the papers, and many a cigar was thrown aside, ere half consumed, that the disinterested politician might give breath to his cogitations on this extraordinary event, but not all the eloquence of all the smokers, nor even the ultra-diplomatic expositions which appeared from the seceding secretaries themselves, could throw any light on the mysterious business. It produced, however, the only tolerable caricature I ever saw in the country. It represents the President seated alone in his cabinet, wearing a look of much discomfiture, and making great exertions to detain one of 4 rats, who are running off, by placing his foot on the tail. The rats' heads bear a very sufficient resemblance to the 4 ex-ministers. General Jackson, it seems, had requested Mr. Van Buren, the Secretary of State, to remain in office till his place was supplied. This gave occasion to a bon mot from his son, who, being asked when his father would be in New York, replied, "When the President takes off his foot." Chapter XXX Journey to New York, Delaware River, Stagecoach, City of New York, Collegiate Institute for Young Ladies, Theaters, Public Garden, Churches, Morris Canal, Fashions, Carriages at length, in spite of the lingering pace necessarily attending consultations, and arrangements across the Atlantic, our plans were finally settled. The coming spring was to show us New York, and Niagara, and the early summer was to convey us home. No sooner did the letter arrive which decided this, than we began our preparations for departure. We took our last voyage on the Potomac, we bade a last farewell to Virginia, and gave a last day to some of our kind friends near Washington. The spring, though slow and backward, was sufficiently advanced to render the journey pleasant, and though the road from Washington to Baltimore was less brilliant in foliage than when I had seen it before, it still had much of beauty. The azaleas were in full bloom, and the delicate yellow blossom of the sassafras almost rivaled its fruit in beauty. At Baltimore we again embarked on a gigantic steamboat, and reached Philadelphia in the middle of the night. Here we changed our boat and found time, before starting in the morning, to take a last look at the Doric and Corinthian porticos of the 2 celebrated temples dedicated to Mammon. The Delaware River, above Philadelphia, still flows through a landscape too level for beauty, but it is rendered interesting by a succession of gentlemen's seats, which, if less elaborately finished in architecture and garden grounds than the lovely villas on the Thames, are still beautiful objects to gaze upon as you float rapidly past on the broad silvery stream that washes their lawns. They present a picture of wealth and enjoyment that accords well with the noble city to which they are an appendage. One mansion arrested our attention, not only from its being more than usually large and splendid, but from its having the monument which marked the family resting place, rearing itself in all the gloomy grandeur of black and white marble, exactly opposite the door of entrance. In Virginia and Maryland we had remarked that almost every family mansion had its little graveyard, sheltered by locust and cypress trees, but this decorated dwelling of the dead seemed rather a melancholy ornament in the grounds. We had, for a considerable distance, a view of the dwelling of Joseph Bonaparte, which is situated on the New Jersey shore, in the midst of an extensive tract of land, of which he is the proprietor. Here the ex-monarch has built several houses, which are occupied by French tenants. The country is very flat, but a terrace of 2 sides has been raised, commanding a fine reach of the Delaware River. At the point where this terrace forms a right angle, a lofty chapel has been erected, which looks very much like an observatory. I admired the ingenuity with which the Catholic prince has united his religion and his love of a fine terrestrial prospect. The highest part of the building presents, in every direction, the appearance of an immense cross, the transept, if I may so express it, being formed by the projection of an ample balcony, which surrounds a tower. A Quaker gentleman, from Philadelphia, exclaimed, as he gazed on the mansion, "There we see a monument of fallen royalty. Strange that dethroned kings should seek and find their best stronghold in a republic." There was more of philosophy than of scorn in his accent, and his countenance was the symbol of gentleness and benevolence. But I overheard many unquaker-like jokes from others, as to the comfortable assurance a would-be king must feel of a faithful alliance between his head and shoulders. At Trenton, the capital of New Jersey, we left our smoothly gliding comfortable boat for the most detestable stagecoach that ever Christian built to dislocate the joints of his fellow men. 10 of these torturing machines were crammed full of the passengers who left the boat with us. The change in our movement was not more remarkable than that which took place in the tempers and countenances of our fellow travelers. Gentlemen who had lounged on sofas, and balanced themselves in chairs, all the way from Philadelphia, with all the conscious fascinations of stiff stays and neckcloths, which, while doing to death the rush beauties who ventured to gaze, seemed but a whalebone panoply to guard the wearer. These pretty youths, so guarded from without, so sweetly at peace within, now crushed beneath their armor, looked more like victims on the wheel than dandies armed for conquest. Their whalebones seemed to enter into their souls, and every face grew grim and scowling. The pretty ladies too, with their expansive bonnets, any one of which might handsomely have filled the space allotted to 3, how sad the change! I almost fancied they must have been of the race of Undine, and that it was only when they heard the splashing of water that they could smile. As I looked into the altered eyes of my companions, I was tempted to ask, "Look I as cross as you?" Indeed, I believe that, if possible, I looked crosser still, for the roads and the vehicle together were quite too much for my philosophy. At length, however, we found ourselves alive on board the boat which was to convey us down the Raritan River to New York. We fully intended to have gone to bed, to heal our bones, on entering the steamboat, but the sight of a table neatly spread determined us to go to dinner instead. Sin and shame would it have been, indeed, to have closed our eyes upon the scene which soon opened before us. I have never seen the Bay of Naples, I can therefore make no comparison, but my imagination is incapable of conceiving anything of the kind more beautiful than the harbor of New York. Various and lovely are the objects which meet the eye on every side, but the naming them would only be to give a list of words, without conveying the faintest idea of the scene. I doubt if ever the pencil of Turner could do it justice, bright and glorious as it rose upon us. We seemed to enter the harbor of New York upon waves of liquid gold, and as we darted past the green isles which rise from its bosom, like guardian sentinels of the fair city, the setting sun stretched his horizontal beams farther and farther at each moment, as if to point out to us some new glory in the landscape. New York, indeed, appeared to us, even when we saw it by a sober light, a lovely and a noble city. To us who had been so long traveling through half-cleared forests, and sojourning among an I am as good as you population, it seemed, perhaps, more beautiful, more splendid, and more refined than it might have done, had we arrived there directly from London. But making every allowance for this, I must still declare that I think New York one of the finest cities I ever saw, and as much superior to every other in the Union, Philadelphia not excepted, as London to Liverpool, or Paris to Rouen. Its advantages of position are, perhaps, unequaled anywhere. Situated on an island, which I think it will one day cover, it rises, like Venice, from the sea, and like that fairest of cities in the days of her glory, receives into its lap tribute of all the riches of the earth. The southern point of Manhattan Island divides the waters of the harbor into the North and East rivers. On this point stands the city of New York, extending from river to river, and running northward to the extent of 3 or 4 miles. I think it covers nearly as much ground as Paris, but is much less thickly peopled. The extreme point is fortified towards the sea by a battery, and forms an admirable point of defense, I should suppose, no city could boast. From hence commences the splendid Broadway, as the fine avenue is called, which runs through the whole city. This noble street may vie with any I ever saw, for its length and breadth, its handsome shops, neat awnings, excellent trottoir, and well-dressed pedestrians. It has not the crowded glitter of Bond Street equipages, nor the gorgeous fronted palaces of Regent Street, but it is magnificent in its extent, and ornamented by several handsome buildings, some of them surrounded by grass and trees. The park, in which stands the noble City Hall, is a very fine area. I never found that the most graphic description of a city could give me any feeling of being there. And even if others have the power, I am very sure I have not, of setting churches and squares, and long-drawn streets, before the mind's eye. I will not, therefore, attempt a detailed description of this great metropolis of the New World, but will only say that during the 7 weeks we stayed there, we always found something new to see and to admire, and were it not so very far from all the old world things which cling about the heart of an European, I should say that I never saw a city more desirable as a residence. The dwelling houses of the higher classes are extremely handsome, and very richly furnished. Silk or satin furniture is as often, or oftener, seen than chintz. The mirrors are as handsome as in London, the chiffoniers, slabs, and marble tables as elegant, and in addition, they have all the pretty tasteful decoration of French porcelain, and ormolu in much greater abundance, because at a much cheaper rate. Every part of their houses is well carpeted, and the exterior finishing, such as steps, railings, and door frames, are very superior. Almost every house has handsome green blinds on the outside. Balconies are not very general, nor do the houses display, externally, so many flowers as those of Paris and London, but I saw many rooms decorated within, exactly like those of an European petite maîtresse. Little tables, looking and smelling like flower beds, portfolios, knick-knacks, bronzes, busts, cameos, and alabaster vases, illustrated copies of ladylike rhymes bound in silk, and, in short, all the pretty coxcomalities of the drawing-room scattered about with the same profuse and studied negligence as with us. Hudson Square and its neighborhood is, I believe, the most fashionable part of the town. The square is beautiful, excellently well planted with a great variety of trees, and only wanting our frequent and careful mowing to make it equal to any square in London. The iron railing which surrounds this enclosure is as high and as handsome as that of the Tuileries, and it will give some idea of the care bestowed on its decoration, to know that the gravel for the walks was conveyed by barges from Boston, not as ballast, but as freight. The great defect in the houses is their extreme uniformity. When you have seen one, you have seen all. Neither do I quite like the arrangement of the rooms. In nearly all the houses the dining and drawing rooms are on the same floor, with ample folding doors between them. When thrown together they certainly make a very noble apartment, but no doors can be barrier sufficient between dining and drawing rooms. Mixed dinner parties of ladies and gentlemen, however, are very rare, which is a great defect in the society, not only as depriving them of the most social and hospitable manner of meeting, but as leading to frequent dinner parties of gentlemen without ladies, which certainly does not conduce to refinement. The evening parties, excepting such as are expressly for young people, are chiefly conversational. We were too late in the season for large parties, but we saw enough to convince us that there is society to be met with in New York, which would be deemed delightful anywhere. Cards are very seldom used, and music, from their having very little professional aid at their parties, is seldom, I believe, as good as what is heard at private concerts in London. The Americans have certainly not the same besoin of being amused, as other people. They may be the wiser for this, perhaps, but it makes them less agreeable to a looker on. There are 3 theaters at New York, all of which we visited. The Park Theater is the only one licensed by Fashion, but the Bowery is infinitely superior in beauty. It is indeed as pretty a theater as I ever entered, perfect as to size and proportion, elegantly decorated, and the scenery and machinery equal to any in London, but it is not the Fashion. The Chatham is so utterly condemned by Bon Ton, that it requires some courage to decide upon going there, nor do I think my curiosity would have penetrated so far, had I not seen Miss Mitford's Renzi advertised there. It was the first opportunity I had had of seeing it played, and spite of very indifferent acting, I was delighted. The interest must have been great, for till the curtain fell, I saw not 1/4 of the queer things around me. Then I observed in the front row of a dress box a lady performing the most maternal office possible, several gentlemen without their coats, and a general air of contempt for the decencies of life, certainly more than usually revolting. At the Park Theatre I again saw the American Roches, Mr. Forrest. He played the part of Damon, and roared, I thought, very unlike a nightingale. I cannot admire this celebrated performer. Another night we saw Cinderella there. Mrs. Austen was the prima donna, and much admired. The piece was extremely well got up, and on this occasion we saw the Park Theatre to advantage, for it was filled with well-dressed company, but still we saw many yet unrazored lips polluted with the grim tinge of the hateful tobacco, and heard, without ceasing, the spitting, which of course is its consequence. If their theatres had the orchestra of the Feydeau, and a choir of angels to boot, I could find but little pleasure, so long as they were followed by this running accompaniment of thorough bass. Whilst at New York, the prospectus of a fashionable boarding school was presented to me. I made some extracts from it, as a specimen of the enlarged scale of instruction proposed for young females. Brooklyn Collegiate Institute for Young Ladies, Brooklyn Heights, opposite the city of New York. Junior Department 6th Class Latin Grammar, Liber Primus, Jacob's Latin Reader, First Part, Modern Geography, Intellectual and Practical Arithmetic finished, Dr. Barber's Grammar of Elocution, Writing, Spelling, Composition, and Vocal Music. 5th Class Jacob's Latin Reader, Second Part, Roman Antiquities, Sallust, Clark's Introduction to the Making of Latin, Ancient and Sacred Geography, Studies of Poetry, Short Treatise on Rhetoric, Map Drawing, Composition, Spelling, and Vocal Music. 4th Class Caesar's Commentaries, First 5 books of Virgil's Aeneid, Mythology, What's on the Mind, Political Geography, Woodbridge's large work, Natural History, Treatise on the Globes, Ancient History, Studies of Poetry concluded, English Grammar, Composition, Spelling, and Vocal Music. Senior Department 3rd Class Virgil, finished, Cicero's Select Orations, Modern History, Plain Geometry, Moral Philosophy, Critical Reading of Young's Poems, Perspective Drawing, Rhetoric, Logic, Composition, and Vocal Music. 2nd Class Livy, Horace, Odes, Natural Theology, small compend of ecclesiastical history, female biography, algebra, natural philosophy, mechanics, hydrostatics, pneumatics, and acoustics, intellectual philosophy, evidences of Christianity, composition, and vocal music. First class Horace, finished, Tacitus, natural philosophy, electricity, optics, magnetism, galvanism, astronomy, chemistry, mineralogy, and geology, compend of political economy, composition, and vocal music. The French, Spanish, Italian, or Greek languages may be attended to, if required, at any time. The exchange is very handsome, and ranks about midway between the heavy gloom that hangs over our London merchants, and the light and lofty elegance which decorates the Bourse at Paris. The churches are plain, but very neat, and kept in perfect repair within and without, but I saw none which had the least pretension to splendor. The Catholic Cathedral at Baltimore is the only church in America which has. At New York, as everywhere else, they show within, during the time of service, like beds of tulips, so gay, so bright, so beautiful, are the long rows of French bonnets and pretty faces, rows but rarely broken by the unribboned heads of the male population. The proportion is about the same as I have remarked elsewhere. Excepting at New York, I never saw the other side of the picture, but there I did. On the opposite side of the North River, about 3 miles higher up, is a place called Hoboken. A gentleman who possessed a handsome mansion and grounds there, also possessed the right of ferry, and to render this productive, he has restricted his pleasure grounds to a few beautiful acres, laying out the remainder simply and tastefully as a public walk. It is hardly possible to imagine one of greater attraction. A broad belt of light underwood and flowering shrubs, studded at intervals with lofty forest trees, runs for 2 miles along a cliff which overhangs the matchless Hudson. Sometimes it feathers the rocks down to its very margin, and at others leaves a pebbly shore, just rude enough to break the gentle waves, and make a music which mimics softly the loud chorus of the ocean. Through this beautiful little wood, a broad well-gravelled terrace is led by every point which can exhibit the scenery to advantage. Narrower and wilder paths diverge at intervals, some into the deeper shadow of the wood, and some shelving gradually to the pretty coves below. The price of entrance to this little Eden is the 6 cents you pay at the ferry. We went there on a bright Sunday afternoon, expressly to see the humours of the place. Many thousand persons were scattered through the grounds. Of these we ascertained, by repeatedly counting, that 19/20 were men. The ladies were at church. Often as the subject has pressed upon my mind, I think I never so strongly felt the conviction that the Sabbath day, the holy day, the day on which alone the great majority of the Christian world can spend their hours as they please, is ill passed, if passed entirely, within brick walls, listening to an earth-born preacher, charm he never so wisely. Oh, how can they renounce the boundless store of charms, which nature to her votaries yields? The warbling woodland, the resounding shore, the pomp of groves, and garniture of fields, all that the genial ray of morning gilds, and all that echoes to the song of even, all that the mountain's sheltering bosom yields, and all the dread magnificence of heaven, oh! How can they renounce, and hope to be forgiven? How is it that the men of America, who are reckoned good husbands and good fathers, while they themselves enjoy sufficient freedom of spirit to permit their walking forth into the temple of the living God, can leave those they love best on earth, bound in the iron chains of a most tyrannical fanaticism? How can they breathe the balmy air, and not think of the tainted atmosphere so heavily weighing upon breasts still dearer than their own? How can they gaze upon the blossoms of the spring, and not remember the fairer cheeks of their young daughters, waxing pale, as they sit for long sultry hours, immured with hundreds of fellow victims, listening to the roaring vanities of a preacher canonized by a college of old women? They cannot think it needful to salvation, or they would not withdraw themselves. Wherefore is it? Do they fear these self-elected, self-ordained priests, and offer up their wives and daughters to propitiate them? Or do they deem their hebdomadal freedom more complete, because their wives and daughters are shut up 4 or 5 times in the day at church or chapel? It is true, that at Hoboken, as everywhere else, there are reposoiries, which, as you pass them, blast the sense for a moment, by reeking forth the fumes of whiskey and tobacco, and it may be that these cannot be entered with a wife or daughter. The proprietor of the grounds, however, has contrived with great taste to render these abominations not unpleasing to the eye. There is one in particular, which has quite the air of a Grecian temple, and did they drink wine instead of whiskey, it might be inscribed to Bacchus. But in this particular, as in many others, the ancient and modern republics differ. It is impossible not to feel, after passing one Sunday in the churches and chapels of New York, and the next in the gardens of Hoboken, that the thousands of well-dressed men you see enjoying themselves at the latter, have made over the thousands of well-dressed women you saw exhibited at the former, into the hands of the priests, at least, for the day. The American people arrogate to themselves a character of superior morality and religion, but this division of their hours of leisure does not give me a favorable idea of either. I visited all the exhibitions in New York. The Messiah of the Republic must exert themselves a little more before these can become even respectable. The worst of the business is, that with the exception of about half a dozen individuals, the good citizens are more than contented, they are delighted. The newspaper lungs of the Republic breathe forth praise and triumph, may almost pant with ecstasy in speaking of their native chef-d'oeuvres. I should be hardly believed were I to relate the instances which fell in my way, of the utter ignorance respecting pictures to be found among persons of the first standing in society. Often where a liberal spirit exists, and a wish to patronize the fine arts is expressed, it is joined to a profundity of ignorance on the subject almost inconceivable. A doubt as to the excellence of their artists is very nervously received, and one gentleman, with much civility, told me, that at the present era, all the world were aware that competition was pretty well at an end between our two nations, and that a little envy might naturally be expected to mix with the surprise with which the mother country beheld the distance at which her colonies were leaving her behind them. I must, however, do the few artists with whom I became acquainted the justice to say, that their own pretensions are much more modest than those of their patrons for them. I have heard several confess and deplore their ignorance of drawing, and have repeatedly remarked a sensibility to the merit of European artists, though perhaps only known by engravings, and a deference to their authority, which showed a genuine feeling for the art. In fact, I think that there is a very considerable degree of natural talent for painting in America, but it has to make its way through darkness and thick night. When an academy is founded, their first care is to hang the walls of its exhibition room with all the unutterable trash that is offered to them. No living models are sought for, no discipline as to the manner of study is enforced. Boys who know no more of human form than they do of the eyes, nose, and mouth in the moon, begin painting portraits. If some of them would only throw away their palettes for a year, and learn to draw, if they would attend anatomical lectures, and take notes, not in words, but in forms, of joints and muscles, their exhibitions would soon cease to be so utterly below criticism. The most interesting exhibition open when I was there was, decidedly, Colonel Trumbold's, and how the patriots of America can permit this truly national collection to remain a profitless burden on the hands of the artist, it is difficult to understand. Many of the sketches are masterly, but like his illustrious countryman, West, his sketches are his chef-d'œuvres. I can imagine nothing more perfect than the interior of the public institutions of New York. There is a practical good sense in all their arrangements that must strike foreigners very forcibly. The Asylum for the Destitute offers a hint worth taking. It is dedicated to the reformation of youthful offenders of both sexes, and it is as admirable in the details of its management, as in its object. Every part of the institution is deeply interesting, but there is a difference very remarkable between the boys and the girls. The boys are, I think, the finest set of lads I ever saw brought together, bright-looking, gay, active, and full of intelligence. The girls are exactly in reverse, heavy, listless, indifferent, and melancholy. In conversing with the gentleman who is the general superintendent of the establishment, I made the remark to him, and he told me, that the reality corresponded with the appearance. All of them had been detected in some act of dishonesty, but the boys, when removed from the evil influence which had led them so to use their ingenuity, rose like a spring when a pressure is withdrawn, and feeling themselves once more safe from danger and from shame, hope and cheerfulness animated every countenance. But the poor girls, on the contrary, can hardly look up again. They are as different as an oak and a lily after a storm. The one, when the fresh breeze blows over it, shakes the raindrops from its crest, and only looks the brighter. The other, its silken leaves once soiled, shrinks from the eye, and is leveled to the earth forever. We spent a delightful day in New Jersey, in visiting, with a most agreeable party, the inclined planes, which are used instead of locks on the Morris Canal. This is a very interesting work. It is one among 1,000 which prove the people of America to be the most enterprising in the world. I was informed that this important canal, which connects the waters of the Hudson and the Delaware, is 100 miles long, and in this distance overcomes a variation of level amounting to 1,600 feet. Of this, 1,400 are achieved by inclined planes. The planes average about 60 feet of perpendicular lift each, and are to support about 40 tons. The time consumed in passing them is 12 minutes for 100 feet of perpendicular rise. The expense is less than a third of what locks would be for surmounting the same rise. If we set about any more canals, this may be worth attending to. This Morris Canal is certainly an extraordinary work. It not only varies its level 1,600 feet, but at one point runs along the side of a mountain at 30 feet above the tops of the highest buildings in the town of Paterson. Below, at another it crosses the falls of the Passaic in a stone aqueduct 60 feet above the water in the river. This noble work, in a great degree, owes its existence to the patriotic and scientific energy of Mr. Cadwallader Colden. There is no point in the national character of the Americans which commands so much respect as the boldness and energy with which public works are undertaken and carried through. Nothing stops them if a profitable result can be fairly hoped for. It is this which has made cities spring up amidst the forests with such inconceivable rapidity, and could they once be thoroughly persuaded that any point of the ocean had a hoard of dollars beneath it, I have not the slightest doubt that in about 18 months we should see a snug-covered railroad leading direct to the spot. I was told at New York that in many parts of the state it was usual to pay the service of the Presbyterian ministers in the following manner. Once a year a day is fixed, on which some member of every family in a congregation meet at their minister's house in the afternoon. They each bring an offering, according to their means, of articles necessary for housekeeping. The poorer members leave their contributions in a large basket, placed for the purpose, close to the door of entrance. Those of more importance, and more calculated to do honor to the piety of the donors, are carried into the room where the company is assembled. Sugar, coffee, tea, cheese, barrels of flour, pieces of Irish linen, sets of china and of glass, were among the articles mentioned to me as usually making parts of these offerings. After the party is assembled, and the business of giving and receiving is dispatched, tea, coffee, and cakes are handed round, but these are not furnished at any expense either of trouble or money to the minster, for selected ladies of the congregation take the whole arrangement upon themselves. These meetings are called spinning visits. Another New York custom, which does not seem to have so reasonable a cause, is the changing house once a year. On the 1st of May the city of New York has the appearance of sending off a population flying from the plague, or of a town which had surrendered on condition of carrying away all their goods and chattels. Rich furniture and ragged furniture, carts, wagons, and drays, ropes, canvas, and straw, packers, porters, and draymen, white, yellow, and black, occupy the streets from east to west, from north to south, on this day. Everyone I spoke to on the subject complained of this custom as most annoying, but all assured me it was unavoidable, if you inhabit a rented house. More than one of my New York friends have built or bought houses solely to avoid this annual inconvenience. There are a great number of Negroes in New York, all free, their emancipation having been completed in 1827. Not even in Philadelphia, where the anti-slavery opinions have been the most active and violent, do the blacks appear to wear an air of so much consequence as they do at New York. They have several chapels, in which Negro ministers officiate, and a theater in which none but Negroes perform. At this theater a gallery is appropriated to such whites as choose to visit it, and here only are they permitted to sit, following in this, with nice etiquette, and equal justice, the arrangement of the white theaters, in all of which is a gallery appropriated solely to the use of the blacks. I have often, particularly on a Sunday, met groups of Negroes, elegantly dressed, and have been sometimes amused by observing the very superior air of gallantry assumed by the men, when in attendance on their belles, to that of the whites in similar circumstances. On one occasion we met in Broadway a young negress in the extreme of the fashion, and accompanied by a black beau, whose toilet was equally studied, eyeglass, guard chain, nothing was omitted. He walked beside his sable goddess uncovered, and with an air of the most tender devotion. At the window of a handsome house which they were passing, stood a very pretty white girl, with two gentlemen beside her, but alas! Both of them had their hats on, and one was smoking. If it were not for the peculiar manner of walking, which distinguishes all American women, Broadway might be taken for a French street, where it was the fashion for very smart ladies to promenade. The dress is entirely French, not an article, except perhaps the cotton stockings, must be English, on pain of being stigmatized as out of the fashion. Everything English is decidedly mauvaise ton, English materials, English fashions, English accent, English manner, are all terms of reproach, and to say that an unfortunate looks like an Englishwoman, is the cruelest satire which can be uttered. I remember visiting France almost immediately after we had made the most offensive invasion of her territory that can well be imagined, yet, despite the feelings which lengthened years of war must have engendered, it was the fashion to admire everything English. I suppose family quarrels are most difficult to adjust, for 15 years of peace have not been enough to calm the angry feelings of brother Jonathan towards the land of his fathers, the which he hateth passing well. It is hardly needful to say the most courteous amenity of manner distinguishes the reception given to foreigners by the patrician class of Americans. Gentlemen, in the old world sense of the term, are the same everywhere, and an American gentleman and his family know how to do the honors of their country to strangers of every nation, as well as any people on earth. But this class, though it decidedly exists, is a very small one, and cannot, in justice, be represented as affording a specimen of the whole. Most of the houses in New York are painted on the outside, but in a manner carefully to avoid disfiguring the material which it preserves. On the contrary, nothing can be neater. They are now using a great deal of a beautiful stone called Jersey freestone. It is of a warm rich brown, and extremely ornamental to the city wherever it has been employed. They have also a grey granite of great beauty. The trottoir paving, in most of the streets, is extremely good, being of large flagstones, very superior to the bricks of Philadelphia. At night the shops, which are open till very late, are brilliantly illuminated with gas, and all the population seem as much alive as in London or Paris. This makes the solemn stillness of the evening hours in Philadelphia still more remarkable. There are a few trees in different parts of the city, and I observed young ones planted, and guarded with much care. Were they more abundant it would be extremely agreeable, for the reflected light of their fierce summer sheds intolerable day. Ice is in profuse abundance. I do not imagine that there is a house in the city without the luxury of a piece of ice to cool the water, and harden the butter. The hackney coaches are the best in the world, but abominably dear, and it is necessary to be on the qui-vive in making your bargain with the driver. If you do not, he has the power of charging immoderately. On my first experiment I neglected this, and was asked $2.50 for an excursion of 20 minutes. When I referred to the waiter of the hotel, he asked if I had made a bargain. No, then I expect, with the usual look of triumph, that the Yankee has been too smart for you. The private carriages of New York are infinitely handsomer and better appointed than any I saw elsewhere. The want of smart liveries destroys much of the gay effect, but, on the whole, a New York summer equipage, with the pretty women and beautiful children it contains, look extremely well in Broadway, and would not be much amiss anywhere. The luxury of the New York aristocracy is not confined to the city. Hardly an acre of Manhattan Island but shows some pretty villa or stately mansion. The most chosen of these are on the North and East rivers, to whose margins their lawns descend. Among these, perhaps, the loveliest is one situated in the beautiful village of Bloomingdale. Here, within the space of 16 acres, almost every variety of garden scenery may be found. To describe all its diversity of hill and dale, of wood and lawn, of rock and river, would be in vain, nor can I convey an idea of it by comparison, for I never saw anything like it. How far the elegant hospitality which reigns there may influence my impression, I know not, but, assuredly, no spot I have ever seen dwells more freshly on my memory, nor did I ever find myself in a circle more calculated to give delight in meeting, and regret at parting, than that of Woodlawn. Chapter XXXI Reception of Captain Basil Hall's book in the United States. Having now arrived nearly at the end of our travels, I am induced, ere I conclude, again to mention what I consider as one of the most remarkable traits in the national character of the Americans, namely, their exquisite sensitiveness and soreness respecting everything said or written concerning them. Of this, perhaps, the most remarkable example I can give, is the effect produced on nearly every class of readers by the appearance of Captain Basil Hall's travels in North America. In fact, it was a sort of moral earthquake, and the vibration it occasioned through the nerves of the Republic, from one corner of the Union to the other, was by no means over when I left the country in July 1831, a couple of years after the shock. I was in Cincinnati when these volumes came out, but it was not till July 1830 that I procured a copy of them. One bookseller to whom I applied told me that he had had a few copies before he understood the nature of the work, but that after becoming acquainted with it, nothing should induce him to sell another. Other persons of his profession must, however, have been less scrupulous, for the book was read in city, town, village, and hamlet, steamboat, and stagecoach, and a sort of war whoop was sent forth perfectly unprecedented in my recollection upon any occasion whatever. It was fortunate for me that I did not procure these volumes till I had heard them very generally spoken of, for the curiosity I felt to know the contents of a work so violently anathematized led me to make enquiries which elicited a great deal of curious feeling. An ardent desire for approbation, and delicate sensitiveness under censure, have always, I believe, been considered as amiable traits of character, but the condition into which the appearance of Captain Hall's work threw the Republic, shows plainly that these feelings, if carried to excess, produce a weakness which amounts to imbecility. It was perfectly astonishing to hear men, who, on other subjects, were sane of judgment, utter their opinions upon this. I never heard of any instance in which the common sense generally found in national criticism was so overthrown by passion. I do not speak of the want of justice, and of fair and liberal interpretation. These, perhaps, were hardly to be expected. Other nations have been called thin-skinned, but the citizens of the Union have, apparently, no skins at all. They wince if a breeze blows over them, unless it be tempered with adulation. It was not, therefore, very surprising that the acute and forcible observations of a traveller they knew would be listened to, should be received testily. The extraordinary features of the business were, first, the excess of the rage into which they lashed themselves, and secondly, the puerility of the inventions by which they attempted to account for the severity with which they fancied they had been treated. Not content with declaring that the volumes contained no word of truth from beginning to end, which is an assertion I heard made very nearly as often as they were mentioned, the whole country set to work to discover the causes why Captain Hall had visited the United States, and why he had published his book. I have heard it said with as much precision and gravity as if the statement had been conveyed by an official report, that Captain Hall had been sent out by the British government expressly for the purpose of checking the growing admiration of England for the government of the United States, that it was by a commission from the Treasury he had come, and that it was only in obedience to orders that he had found anything to object to. I do not give this as the gossip of a coterie. I am persuaded that it is the belief of a very considerable portion of the country. So deep is the conviction of this singular people that they cannot be seen without being admired, that they will not admit the possibility that anyone should honestly and sincerely find aught to disapprove in them, or their country. At Philadelphia I met with a little anonymous book, written to show that Captain Basil Hall was in no way to be depended on, for that he not only slandered the Americans, but was himself, in other respects, a person of very equivocal morals. One proof of this is given by a quotation of the following playful account of the distress occasioned by the want of a bell. The commentator calls it an instance of shocking coarseness. One day I was rather late for breakfast, and as there was no water in my jug, I set off, post-haste, half-shaved, half-dressed, and more than half-vexed, in quest of water, like a seaman on short allowance, hunting for rivulets on some unknown coast. I went upstairs, and downstairs, and in the course of my researches into half a dozen different apartments, might have stumbled on some lady's chamber, as the song says, which considering the plight I was in, would have been awkward enough. Another indication of this moral coarseness is pointed out in the passage where Captain Hall says, he never saw a flirtation all the time he was in the Union. The charge of ingratitude also was echoed from mouth to mouth. That he should himself bear testimony to the unvarying kindness of the reception he met with, and yet find fault with the country, was declared on all hands to be a proof of the most abominable ingratitude that it ever entered into the heart of man to conceive. I once ventured before about a dozen people to ask whether more blame would not attach to an author, if he suffered himself to be bribed by individual kindness to falsify facts, than if, despite all personal considerations, he stated them truly. Facts, cried the whole circle at once, facts. I tell you there is not a word of fact in it from beginning to end. The American reviews are, many of them, I believe, well known in England. I need not, therefore, quote them here, but I sometimes wondered that they, none of them, ever thought of translating Obadiah's curse into classic American. If they had done so, only placing he, Basil Hall, between brackets instead of he, Obadiah, it would have saved them a world of trouble. I can hardly describe the curiosity with which I sat down at length to pursue these tremendous volumes. Still less can I do justice to my surprise at their contents. To say that I found not one exaggerated statement throughout the work, is by no means saying enough. It is impossible for anyone who knows the country not to see that Captain Hall earnestly sought out things to admire and commend. When he praises, it is with evident pleasure, and when he finds fault, it is with evident reluctance and restraint, excepting where motives purely patriotic urge him to state roundly what it is for the benefit of his country should be known. In fact, Captain Hall saw the country to the greatest possible advantage. Furnished, of course, with letters of introduction to the most distinguished individuals, and with the still more influential recommendation of his own reputation, he was received in full drawing-room style and state from one end of the Union to the other. He saw the country in full dress, and had little or no opportunity of judging of it unhouselled, disappointed, unannealed, with all its imperfections on its head, as I and my family too often had. Captain Hall had certainly excellent opportunities of making himself acquainted with the form of the government and the laws, and of receiving, moreover, the best oral commentary upon them, in conversation with the most distinguished citizens. Of these opportunities he made excellent use, nothing important met his eye which did not receive that sort of analytical attention which an experienced and philosophical traveler alone can give. This has made his volumes highly interesting and valuable, but I am deeply persuaded that were a man of equal penetration to visit the United States with no other means of becoming acquainted with the national character than the ordinary working-day intercourse of life, he would conceive an infinitely lower idea of the moral atmosphere of the country than Captain Hall appears to have done, and the internal conviction on my mind is strong, that if Captain Hall had not placed a firm restraint on himself, he must have given expression to far deeper indignation than any he has uttered against many points in the American character, with which he shows, from other circumstances, that he was well acquainted. His rule appears to have been to state just so much of the truth as would leave on the minds of his readers a correct impression, at the least cost of pain to the sensitive folks he was writing about. He states his own opinions and feelings, and leaves it to be inferred that he has good grounds for adopting them, but he spares the Americans the bitterness which a detail of the circumstances would have produced. If anyone chooses to say that some wicked antipathy to 12 millions of strangers is the origin of my opinion, I must bear it, and were the question one of mere idle speculation, I certainly would not court the abuse I must meet for stating it. But it is not so. I know that among the best, the most pious, the most benevolent of my countrymen, there are hundreds, nay, I fear thousands, who conscientiously believe that a greater degree of political and religious liberty, such as is possessed in America, would be beneficial for us. How often have I wished, during my abode in the United States, that one of these conscientious, but mistaken reasoners, fully possessed of his country's confidence, could pass a few years in the United States, sufficiently among the mass of the citizens to know them, and sufficiently at leisure to trace effects to their causes. Then might we look for a statement which would teach these mistaken philanthropists to tremble at every symptom of democratic power among us, a statement which would make even our sectarians shudder at the thought of hewing down the established church, for they would be taught, by fearful example, to know that it was the bulwark which protects us from the gloomy horrors of fanatic superstition on one side, and the still more dreadful inroads of infidelity on the other. And more than all, such a man would see as clear as light, that where every class is occupied in getting money, and no class in spending it, there will neither be leisure for worshipping the theory of honesty, nor motive strong enough to put its restrictive doctrine in practice. Where every man is engaged in driving hard bargains with his fellows, where is the honored class to be found into which gentlemanlike feelings, principles, and practice are necessary as an introduction? That there are men of powerful intellect, benevolent hearts, and high moral feeling in America, I know, and I could, if challenged to do so, name individuals surpassed by none of any country in these qualities, but they are excellent, despite their institutions, not in consequence of them. It is not by such that Captain Hall's statements are called slanders, nor is it from such that I shall meet the abuse which I well know these pages will inevitably draw upon me, and I only trust I may be able to muster as much self-denial as my predecessor, who asserts in his recently published fragments that he has read none of the American criticisms on his book. He did wisely, if he wished to retain an atom of his kindly feeling toward America, and he has, assuredly, lost but little on the score of information, for these criticisms, generally speaking, consist of mere downright personal abuse, or querulous complaints of his ingratitude and ill usage of them, complaints which it is quite astonishing that any persons of spirit could indulge in. The following good-humored paragraphs from the fragments must, I think, rather puzzle the Americans. Possibly they may think that Captain Hall is quizzing them, when he says he has read none of their criticisms, but I think there is in these passages internal evidence that he has not seen them. For if he had read 1/50th part of the vituperation of his travels, which it has been my misfortune to peruse, he could hardly have brought himself to write what follows. If the Americans still refuse to shake the hand proffered to them in the true old John Bull spirit, they are worse folks than even I take them for. Captain Hall, after describing the hospitable reception he formerly met with, at a boarding house in New York, goes on thus: "If our hostess be still alive, I hope she will not repent of having bestowed her obliging attentions on one, who so many years afterwards made himself, he fears, less popular in her land, than he could wish to be amongst a people to whom he owes so much, and for whom he really feels so much kindness." He still anxiously hopes, however, they will believe him, when he declares, that, having said in his recent publication no more than what he conceived was due to strict truth, and to the integrity of history, as far as his observations and opinions went, he still feels, as he always has, and ever must continue to feel towards America, the heartiest goodwill. The Americans are perpetually repeating that the foundation stone of their liberty is fixed on the doctrine, that every man is free to form his own opinions, and to promulgate them in candor and in moderation. Is it meant that a foreigner is excluded from these privileges? If not, in what respect have I